Click the button. We're live. Oh, great time for my throat to seize up like that. All right. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. In just a moment, we're going to be doing game development in Godot. We're going to be making a roguelike for Game Like Jam. Number 7. Make a roguelike. We have 28 days. And yesterday, put in a little work. Some basics got put down. Most of this is going to be torn up today. Most of it. I was doing research. I was looking around on like what people recommend, how past roguelikes in Godot have been made and stuff like that. I think there's multiple ways you can make a game in Godot. And one of the reasons that I'm really set on doing things according to like elements that the tutorial teaches you. Trying to do things in the Godot way, because hopefully that leads to less work. Hopefully that leads to more things just getting done for free. Like if we do things in a tile map, we get collisions for free. And we get other things for free too. We get lighting, which I do want. But tile maps aren't really made for roguelikes. They don't really set up for grid-based movement. So we're going to keep this tile map, but we're going to have to layer over it to get lighting data, and we're going to have to layer over it to get movement. So we've got our movement right now in a physics process, and we're not doing that. That's expensive, and that is not giving us the movement that I was hoping that we'd have. I made this plan. I didn't really do that much work on planning this out more, so I'll be writing more out as it comes to me. But first step, adjust the movement to be grid-based. Think about movement tweens. That's interpolating movement animations / instead of just when you move, you teleport from square to square to square. Have a smooth transition from square to square to square, which it's not necessary for the game, but it'd be nice to have. And theoretically, Godot has support for that, so I want to look into that. Then we need to add a visibility layer, and I think that we're going to do that by creating a new node. And we're going to give it every tile and populate it with... Hold on, do I hear sound coming from... No, there's no sound coming from there. I'm not hearing myself. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I thought I heard something weird. We're gonna have a separate data store layered on top of this tile map, and we're going to have that store. Is this tile visible, and is this tile lit? Those are the two things we care about. And then we will add a critter, add a hit point bar, add damage when you touch the critter, and then I would like to add a light source from the player. Basically, being able to increase and decrease your vision radius. And then it'd probably be nice if the critter moves. Getting the critter to move. And then... No. I mean, I do want that, but attaching the light source to an item. So we want that to be something that the player can control. And I think right now I'm just working on the basics of this game. I haven't really thought about like what kind of roguelike I want to make. The ultimate goal, make a game like Rogue, but also like Dungeon Rogue. Is it called Dungeon Rogue? I don't know what I was spelling there, but we got there. Reaping the Dungeon. Reaping the Dungeon, the core elements, I don't want to spend too long on this, but the core elements are hunting down the exit, collecting things to turn into currency, managing your energy reserve. You have oxygen, which is kind of food in other roguelikes. I think that's the core of what I would identify. We'll get into that more later. But this is my plan right now. I'm going to take these elements, put them down here, and then we're going to work from there. I do want to add. Nope. How did I do this? Oh, tabs. That's how. Stop doing things every frame. Inputs. And I'm not going to put this on the task thing, but I also want to start making more objects because I don't want everything to be in main.gd. I probably want to rename this to like level. At some point, I do want this to not be something hand-drawn. I want this to be something that the game generates, but coming soon. First, the game provides a function called input. There it is. Event, input, event. Pass. So this is handles our input. So I don't think there's any problem with just saying anytime you press a key, input gets called. If you can press that key 300 times a second, cool. You can move 300 times a second. We're a turn-based game, so every time you move, the monsters get to move, and your oxygen ticks down and all that. So, like, if you are a task and you can play this game at 6 million frames per second, like, you can beat this game in 10 seconds. Sure, I don't care. We're gonna take. This is the wrong function to put that in. Okay, we're gonna take this and put it in our main. I'm also gonna take the variables and start migrating them to the top of the function because that makes it easier. Okay. Player velocity. Okay, so there should be a delta. I have it commented out. Event, input event. What is this giving me? Okay, so this is giving me an event, an input event. Called when there's an input event. The input event propagates up through the node tree until a node consumes it. It is only called if input processing is enabled, which is done automatically if this method is overridden, and can be toggled with set process input. To consume the input event, stop it propagating further other nodes. Set input as handled. Sure. For gameplay input, unhandled input and unhandled key input are usually a better fit as they allow the GUI to intercept the events first. I mean, I get that, but should I just be using unhandled input? Because nothing in Godot. Input versus unhandled Godot. Oh, I didn't need to type Godot. Also, I should move this over here. An input is an event that has been assigned some kind of characteristic. The system first check. Game will check and find if it's assigned to a function, so it'll never fall to an unhandled event code. Okay. So I think that I want this to be input. Let me actually type Godot and see if that helps. Okay. Brilliant. input event, print event as text. Okay, so if event is input event mouse button. Let's just, for now, bring that back up. Grab this. And put it at the top. All right, let's see what happens. Nothing. Expected indentation because I copied it. Oh no, it's this because I don't have a pass. Yep, okay. Oh, it's detecting mouse motion. Interesting. Okay, so there's left. There's right. There's down. There's up. It's cool that it's detecting mouse motion. That might not make this more efficient than just calling it a physics process, but whatever. Player velocity input get vector. I mean, that's probably a good thing, though. That's probably a good thing. This is what I want. So whenever we call input, we get the player velocity. I mean, that worked. This worked the same as before, but we don't want the player movement to be decided this way. So now what's curious is when I pressed left, it printed left. It didn't print P left. It printed left. So if I press like W, A, that still moves me, even though that's interesting. So this is not at all connected to my input map. Not at all. Is there a way to do that? Input map. So is there something where I pass in an input event and it tells me what I've done, what I've got? Event is action. Get actions. Okay, where are my input events? Is there an input event? Because like, I would rather have that instead of this generic input function. Like if I press A, I want it to call a function. I don't want it to go to input and then I have to go to input and make a huge ass switch case and be like, is this left? There, okay, then go left. I'd rather that be handled through the input map. Is action pressed? I think the docs are not going to be as helpful as me just opening up this and going Godot input map for event. Func unhandled input. If key is input event key. If event dot pressed and event dot key code. Key code. What is event dot key? What is that? Oh my goodness, I'm learning so hard. Key code. I don't think that's what I want. I don't think that has anything to do with the input mapping. I think that's just A is 64 and B is 65. Is action pressed UI right? Is action pressed? This isn't the thing. I have so many docs open. Okay. What is the difference between is action pressed and is action just pressed? Okay, let's try this. Script. Cancel that. Okay. If input, if event dot is action pressed, P left. I like how the autocomplete is filling with some confidence that this is the way. Okay, if the action pressed is left, then player dot position player dot position is a vector 2. I want to go left, so I think I have to subtract from x. -1 0, something like that. Okay, so right. Oh shoot, I can't save. Yeah, I can't save. Okay, I'm pressing left and nothing's happening. Oh no, it's moving. Oh, it's moving 1 pixel. Okay, right. I'm updating the position in pixels. So here's the thing I actually wanted to test. I'm holding down left. It's spamming left, but I'm not moving. It's spamming left, but I only move once. That's fine. That's fine. I want to understand why that's the case, but that's fine. That is the behavior we want. Due to keyboard ghosting, is action pressed may return false even if one of the action keys is pressed. See input examples. Due to magic, due to keyboard ghosting, not all key inputs may be registered at a given time if you press too many keys at once. That's not what's happening here. Let's go a little deeper. Print event dot is action pressed. P left. I don't know why that's deeper. That's just going to tell me what I already know. All right, it's true. It's true the first time. Is action pressed? It's not ghosting. There's no ghosting happening here. Is action just released? Is action just pressed? This should, is anything pressed? This should return true. I don't understand why it's not returning true. I'm very concerned when things like work like that, where it's like, here's code. This is how it should work, but actually it works better. But there's no reason for it to work better. Magic is happening. I don't like when magic happens. Is key pressed? No. Is action pressed? Let's try is action just pressed and see what difference that makes. Okay, and if I hold left, I don't even get a game. Try again. Invalid call, non-existent function is action just pressed. That's non-existent? Oh, am I looking at the wrong docs? Oh, I'm looking at input, not input. Oh, unless allow echo is true. Oh, I was looking at the wrong function, and that's why. Okay, and by default, it does not allow an echo. There's that magic. It's right there. Okay, well, problem solved. Echo is true. That's not. I goofed. There we go. Do I need the echo? I probably don't. It probably won't even work, yeah. Assignment is not allowed inside an expression. Yeah, that's not how that works. Expected closing parentheses. Okay, now we can just hold down the left button and we'll move left. Cool. Great. So this works the way I expect it to work. No. The one more thing I wanted to test. So if I hold down left, it'll spam left as much as possible. That makes sense. If I hold down left and then move the mouse around a lot, I don't move any faster. I don't move any faster. Because it should be calling input. I should move left every time input is called, and if I spam inputs, I should move left faster, you know? That makes perfect sense to me. Okay, we can move right. Okay, if I hold both buttons, I go left. Because it's probably because the left if is first. Makes sense. This doesn't make me go faster. So is there like a limit to how many times this function gets called? There should be a problem happening here where, like, because I put this in an input function, the speed at which I move depends on how many inputs I'm pressing. That should be happening, and it's not, and I don't understand. Godot input limit function limit. I should be having this problem, and there's an easy fix to it. It's just rate limit your inputs, but I don't know. Using input event. You know what? Worrying about that during a game jam, not the biggest priority. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a movement handler. It's going to be a node 2D because I think node 2D is just the generic. Actually, it might not need to be a node 2D. It could just be a node. Because node 2Ds have position, rotation, and scale, and I don't need that for my movement handler. I think a node is fine, actually. That is inefficient. Movement handler. Is it smart to have spaces in my function names? Let's find out. Let's attach a script to this puppy. It adds an underscore for me. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need these functions. We're not. That's not us. We do need the tile map layer, which I should rename. Can I just rename this? Is there a function? Is there a refactor? Rename. Tile map maybe I don't need to rename it. I don't know what to name it. But what I do need is the tile map layer in my movement handler. So we're going to go ahead and control. That gave me two things because I had two things selected. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. We don't need the node. We don't need ourselves. We already know about ourselves. And then we're just going to def is not the func. We're going to func new function. And this function is going to be called do movement. A function must either have a colon or a body or be marked as abstract. Hey, good news. We're going to put a body here. This is not an abstract function. Okay, so do movement takes in an input key. Takes in an input event. We're just going to take this function, copy for now. Okay. I don't want to adjust the player position because I do want to adjust the player position, but I want to do it in a specific way. Okay, so that means I need to be aware of the pixels. I need this function, so I need to be aware of how big the player is so that I can move them in a way that locks them to the grid. So grid movement is a function so I do need to know about the player in this function. Stop doing that. I keep doing that. I probably need to know about other things too. We got the tile map layer. We got the play. I know everything in this function, so that's fine. We'll grab the tile that the player is trying to move to. Okay, so first of all, I need the player's location. So to get the player's location first, we grab this function that gives me the player's location. Player loc. I don't need the tile map layer yet. I just need the player location. Okay, and let's just make sure this works. And then we got to call this function here. Do we just pass the input event directly to movement handler? It feels a little silly, but for now, yeah. If or right or up or down. Then call, oh, I need to add a parentheses. Then call movement handler dot, I already forgot the name of the function, do movement. Event. Okay, that should give us a debug. That should tell us the key we're pressing. Yeah, okay, it's working. Not only is it telling us the key we're pressing, it's giving us our location, which is exactly what we want. We're at 1, 2. That sounds right. Completely flooding the output with this that I don't need anymore. We're good there. Can just comment it out for now. We'll clean up the code never. We're still doing move and slide. We don't need to be. Don't need to be doing that. Sure. Okay, so we've got this figured out. Up. Down. Oh, wait, no, I need to be changing the player position. Okay, first, I need to be target position. Okay, var target position. Target loc equals player loc plus okay. Print target loc. Target loc is there we go. So this should say I'm at 3. Oh, it crashed. Vector 2i and vector 2. So do these need to be 2 eyes then? That makes sense, but okay, so we're at 4, 2 and we're trying to move left. That's 3, 2. Oh, sure. And then we go right, that's 5, 2. We go up, that's 4, 1. We go down, that's 4, 3. I don't know if that's true, but hey, you know what? Let's test it out. Oh. Thought I disabled that. Okay, so we've got the player loc. We got to update the player position now. Let's just do it without regard to collision for now. That was this function, right? No, we didn't have a function for that. We can set the player position equal to map to local. That's the function. Cool. I know how to switch functions. Player pos position equals tile map layer map to local target loc. That should just get us moving. Yep, it do. We're just moving right through the map. We're off the map now. All right. So first of all, we confirmed that up is up. I'm pressing up and I'm going up. Right is right. Left is left. Down is down. Yeah, those are all correct. So we're on the right path. So now instead of just blindly going, what we want to do is do a bounds check. Can I go? Am I allowed to go here? So first of all, wasn't there like I'm trying to think. There was definitely a bounds check in here. It was like player position clamp vector 20 screen size. So you can't go off the screen. That's not going to help us because what I would like to try out. Let me add it to this. Is attaching a camera to the player. I would like to have rooms that are bigger than the screen. So we can't bounds on that. But what we can do is we can say like, okay, if you're above 500, 500, below 500, 500, we can set arbitrary bounds to say you can't go past this point. You can't leave the map. Do we need that? No, not really. But what we do want to do is we want to say, okay, this is a wall. This is a wall. We can't walk through it. So what we can do is we can get the tile. We've got this function here that's doing that already. Let's just copy that. Get cell tile data at target loc. If tile dot if tile, what does a tile have? How can I check to make sure this is a wall? One year, please. I need time to look this up. How does tile do? Okay, so we've got this get cell tile data, and it will return tile data. Okay, and tile data contains, it knows what material it is. It knows it's terrain, and that's an int. Is terrain what I want? ID of the terrain from the terrain set, but we're not using terrains. Material modulate probability. It is a probability. Okay. Maybe terrain is what we want and terrain set is what I'm thinking of. Let's see what the terrain is. The terrain, if I'm not mistaken, click here. This looks like 0. Is there a way to actually, well, I can look at the tile set. Yeah, ID 0, ID 1. So we can edit that if we want. Property ID. Oh, can I just use ID? Is that an inherited function? Tile.id equals 1 equals 1. Print debug. That's a wall, yo. Does this work? Oh, okay. No, it crashes actually. Can't access ID. Probably gotta do get ID. There's no such thing, idiot. That's the terrain. Invalid access to property or key terrain on a base object of type null instance. So we don't have a terrain, so we can't do that. Back to the drawing board. How do we get the ID of the tile that we're stepping on? We could give it a name. Texture. ID? Layer ID? I don't think layer ID is what we're after, but can try it anyway. Okay, hold on. How do I get the ID of the tile in a tile map? Godot. There's no tile ID in Godot 4. To uniquely identify a tile, you need the common. Okay, let me actually click on this. Assign a custom data type to the tile called name. Fill out this custom data for all the tiles you're interested in. What? There's no tile ID in Godot 4. To uniquely identify a tile, you need a combination of source ID, atlas chords, and alternative ID. It'll be simpler to assign custom data. What? That defeats the... Okay. Let's try this. Get cell atlas chords. What does that do? What am I getting? What is this? I think I can look in the get cell atlas chords. Does not appear to be a function that exists. Brilliant. Where did I, what? Okay, first of all, can I close like half of these? I'll open them back up. I'll open them back up. This is not a function, is it? Not a function, not a real function. Tile map layer, get, okay. What just happened? No, I wanted to open the docs for this. Get cell atlas chords. Okay, this will give me get cell source ID. That's what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Actually, yeah, that's fine. I just want the source ID. I want to know if this is a wall or not. So I don't need to get the, I don't need to get the tile. Just put that aside for now. Get a tile map layer dot get cell source ID target loc. If it's 1, that's a wallio. Closing doesn't have an opening. Oh yeah, you're right. That's a wall, yo. It works. Sick. Okay. If it doesn't equal 1, let's move. I think at this point I want to make an enum because I don't like referencing objects by integer. We can't walk through walls anymore. The system works. Okay. Okay, something I am curious about. I'm not going to worry about it now, but I am going to worry about it. Is diagonal movement? I think we're just going to have to add 4 more if statements and 4 more keys. But I want to see how other roguelikes do diagonal movement before jumping down that rabbit hole. Okay, so we need an enum because otherwise I'm going to go insane. Add child node. Enum? Not a thing. We can just make a node. Oh, wait, no. Enums are declared in... I can just declare it here, right? Tile... What am I calling this? Var... No, enum. Tile type. And we have floor and wall. That's not how that works. You don't pass in strings. So if I know I don't know what language I've written this for. That might not be the right format, but tile type dot wall. So is this going to yell at me? It might. Expected bracket after the enum name. I'm sorry. Is this not a bracket? Did I? All right. I need to. How do you do enums? How do I enum? Enum game state. Oh, there's no equal. Okay, that's it. There's just no equal. Yeah. There's just that. There we go. Easy. Does this work? That's a wall, yo. Still works. Normally I would like to put this in its own function, but I'll allow it. So we do movement. We can't move through walls. We can move through everything else. That's not going to be true in the long term, but that's good enough for now. So we've stopped doing inputs every frame. Right? Physics process is just a pass, and ready is ready called? Ready is called once, right? Let's test that. I did want to test that, and then I didn't. Ready has been called. Ready has been called. I saw that. It was handled. Yeah, this is called once. Wasn't there like a process function? Did I just... Oh, I probably had it and I turned it into physics process. But we're not using that anymore. In fact, we can just get rid of this function. But I'm not going to. So we're not doing inputs every frame anymore. The movement is grid-based now. I like it. Can we stop printing this? Cool. We need to next look at tweens. So I read about tweens, and I didn't really research them that much. I left that as a to-do for myself. Godot tweens. Tweens are mostly useful for animations. Via general purpose, blah, 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 blah. More suited for animation players. Maybe doing this on stream was a bad idea. Tween. Okay, so you create a tween. This is the wrong Godot, isn't it? No, this is the right Godot. Okay. Modulate and scale. Most of the tween methods can be chained this way too. For example, the tween is bound to the running scripts node, and a default transition is set for its tweener. I think if we're doing this, what we need to do is we need to give the player a game location and a sprite location. And the sprite has a location. I'm pretty sure it has its own location. So whatever's doing the tweening needs to know where the player sprite is, which I'm going to rename. We don't need collision shapes anymore. We can actually throw this away. We're not doing that. We're not doing this with collisions with tile maps. I don't know if that'll matter when it comes to lighting. So I'm going to leave it in for now, but I plan on getting rid of that. We need the player sprite. How do I drag but not dumbly? Like that. So now we have a player sprite. When we move, we update the player position. But updating the player position also updates the player sprite position. Duh, because it's inherited. I want that movement to not be. I want that movement to be broken up. Tween property. Tweens are not designed to be reused, and trying to do so results in undefined behavior. Okay, cool. So if we just take this function for sprite and get children, tween property. Oh, we can do a tween on the player. What if we tried that? Okay, so this is fun in games. For sprite and get children. What is this? What children is this referring to? This better not be the nodes. This better not be the movement handler's children. But that's what it looks like. Tween creates. It's just. Hold on. I need to read the docs because I'm animating arbitrary sets of objects. All children of a node are moved one after another to position 0. You should avoid using more than one tween per object's property. If 2 or more tweens animate one property at the same time. So I don't need to animate multiple things. I just need to animate the sprite. So let's just not do that. But instead of the sprite, what if we just pass in the player sprite, which is that? And then so vector 2, what is this 1.0? All children of a node are moved one after another to position. So they're moving to this position. What does the 1.0 mean then? Final val, duration. Oh, that's how long it takes. Okay, so we can make that number really small and make the animation really fast. Okay, that seems simple enough. We don't need this. We have the location already. Target loc. Nope, we need to convert it. We need to convert it into pixels, right? Where's the function? Here it is. So, okay, so I expect this to be bad. I expect this to result in shenanigans. So I'm going to press left once. It's not moving me at all. Okay, hold on. The tween isn't doing anything. Yeah, nothing's happening. Why is the debugger debugging? I saw this number go up, but I don't... Errors. Tween bound to move, started with no tweeners. Type mismatch between initial and final object. Vector 2 and object. All right, what's a tweener? Tweeners are created by adding... A tween animation is created by adding tweeners to the tween object using tween property, tween interval, tween callback, or tween method. We have tweeners. There it is. That's a property. Get tree, create tween. What is the get tree? Do I need to create a tween of... Oh, I'm probably creating a tween of the movement handler. Get tree? What is this? What is get tree getting me? The scene tree. So it's giving me the main. So that might give me the wrong thing. But we have the player. We can just create a tween of the player. Or the tween the player sprite. Like, does this work? No, it doesn't. That's just creating a lot of errors. So what am I creating a tween of? Tweens are mostly useful for animations, blah, 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 blah. More suited than animation players. Call either by using scenetree.createTween or node.createTween. Tweens created manually are invalid and cannot be used for tween. Okay, so let's do it the way that the Let's create a tree. What are we tweening? I don't know what we're tweening, but we got errors. What do you mean this started with no tweeners? Is it because this tween is invalid? Is that why? Type mismatch between initial and final value, vector 2 and object. What? Is position not a vector 2? Should be. This should work. I don't see why this wouldn't work. It's not giving me errors, but it's also not doing anything. Player sprite. That should be that. What if we just make it the player? Oh. Well, that worked. It's not what I want, but it worked. Let's try making this back again. Tile map layer dot map to local target loc. It should work. I mean, it works. Can we speed it up? Yeah, no, that's what I want. No notes, that's what I want. It would be nice if the lighting updated before I moved, because it looks like I'm hitting the edge of the light. Actually, sometimes, yeah, like that. Oh, it's just because it's updating slowly. It would be nice to call that update before I move. So what I would like to do is update my position non-visually, and then update the sprite. Is there a way to do that? Godot moving player sprite independent. The player independently sprite. Use a character body 2D. That's what this is, right? Yeah, this is a character body 2D. I'm already doing that. Controlling the sprites. Animation technique based on the velocity. Okay, this is AI, whatever. Use signals. Zerp. Move node, but not child node. I mean, what I can try to do is... What if I just move the sprite? Like... If I run into a wall, get the player sprite, position equals there. The player sprite moves, but the player does not. So that should break the game. I mean, it did, but that's not what I expected. Why did it go there? It should have gone into the wall. Yeah, why is it going there? I don't understand, but this works. If I set the sprite position, like I don't follow why it is bouncing around like that. It should just go into the wall, not there. Like where is there? $840? $856. Oh, no. No, I'm not with you. Why is it 8? So it's going into the center. That's where it's supposed to go though. That's the pixel. If I just print the target loc, this is going to make sense. Zero 2, right? That's there. 1 2 0 1. Okay, my question is like this 872. So this is 72 down, but this is not 8 pixels across. This is like 20 something pixels across. Was there something that I was supposed to set at some point to be like don't offset? Could that be screwing me over? No, that made it worse. Center that, please. Is this offset? I don't know. That is not 8. If I set the player position to that, I'm not going to end up in a wall. It'll work out fine. Everything's fine. This is exactly how it's supposed to be. But if I set the sprite to it, I get over there. I don't know. What must be happening is that so my character is here at 1 1. And then this is saying, okay, from 1 1 go to 8 24. And this is 8 pixels off of 1 1 and 24 pixels off of 1 1. But it's not off of 0 0. So this isn't using absolute coordinates. This is using relative coordinates. So to fix that, what I need to do is subtract my character position from this. minus player loc. Would that work? Okay, that's better. It's still wrong, but it's better. Actually, that's 824. Yeah, so that's correct. It's just this function is now giving me the wrong thing. So maybe this is where, because I have player sprite centered, that's where that's getting me. Yeah. I mean, no, it's still wrong. But that is having an impact. Okay. If I subtract 8 and 8, then I'm in the right spot. It's putting me in the bottom right corner of the right spot. Yeah. Minus vector 2i. No, vector 2, 8, 8.0. So if I do that, this should work. Yeah, that's correct. Now things make sense. Okay, so we can set the sprite. Nope, this doesn't make sense anymore. Actually, no, this is fine. This is fine. So what I want to do, move the sprite, tween the sprite. Don't move the player. Opposite. I want to move the player, but keep the sprite and lock the sprite to where it's supposed to be, and then tween and then do calculations for the player's new position, and then tween the sprite into the new position. So what that means is, first I need to move the player. Oh, wait, it's right here. Move the sprite back to the player position, the player's previous position. Do a bunch of calcs here, because the player's in the right position, and I want to move the player sprite back. Wait, no. Player loc minus target loc. Is that right? That doesn't feel right. Let's just see what that gets us. That puts us, I feel like we're off by a few pixels, but we actually might be in the right spot. So we're in our previous location, which is correct. That is what I'm trying to do. And then we tween our player sprite to the right location. Sorry, this is a relative. The tweening is relative, so we actually want to move to 0, 0, 0. Vector 2. We want to be where the player is. We don't want to be offset anymore. Yeah, hey, there we go. It works. Oh, found that. Oh, we can still go on the wall because I never removed that line. This works. This is exactly what I want. All we need now is to do a bunch of calculations here to update like vision and stuff. We may not need to do that because it didn't look like I was hitting that issue. Close that, close that, close that. Man, we got a lot of junk. Okay, so we're not running into the issue where our character is moving ahead of the light. They're moving behind the light, but that's okay. That's fine. I'm going to celebrate by taking a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Okay. What did I have next? We got the tweens in. We have unseen tiles now to add. All right, now this is something I was not looking forward to, but I think what we need is another node. Visibility handler. Cool, I thought I was typing in the name of the node. No, I was actually searching visibility handler. We're going to give this a script. We're going to give this a function. Actually, we do want to we want this to have an on ready because by default, everything is invisible. Everything is unseen. So I think we want an enum. Visibility, seen. Nope, no, none of that. We want to have unseen player has never seen this tile yet. Seen player has seen this tile but is not currently looking at it. And then visible player currently can see this tile. Okay. And then by default, we need an array. Or do we make a tile map layer? No, that's very heavy. Using another tile map layer is very heavy. This is just going to contain, for each coordinate, seen, unseen, or visible. And we actually don't need, we don't need this, because we can just say by default, if we don't have this, it's not unseen. We haven't seen it. So we need an array of tiles. Is it like that? Is that how you declare arrays? Godot 2D array. Does not have a built-in fixed size multidimensional. How do we do it? Var grid. Oh, I can call it grid. That's smarter. Array equals empty. So var row. Oh, so okay, we have an array of arrays by making. Okay, so we don't need to declare like this. First of all, grid's a better name. Var grid is an array of arrays, and it's empty for now. Cool. And then can we get the tile map layer? So we absolutely do need this. I think there was a way to get all tiles. I think that was actually a thing. Navigation enabled, navigation visibility mode. Light occlusion. I think we will care about occlusion, but I don't think we're going to be using the tile map for physics. We will be using it for making our light look snappier, potentially. No, there was a way to get all tiles. Fix invalid tiles. Use tile data or update cells Get used cells. I mean, we could do that, and then we could just enum through, or we could just iterate through the enum. Give me all tiles that contain 0, all tiles that contain 1, all tiles that contain 2. Get navigation map? Returns the RID of the navigation. Okay, I don't know what that means. Return chords for body rid. No. Godot, get all tiles in a tile map. Get used cells. That could be it. Yeah, okay, that's what we want. Get used cells. This returns an array of vector 2i's. Should I be doing that instead of an array of arrays? I didn't know you could put things other than ints in an array. Are these secretly contain a sequence of elements of any variant type? Variants can be elements are accessed by, okay. Arrays are always passed by reference, yeah. Packed arrays, typed arrays, untyped arrays. Godot arrays, can Godot arrays index on things other than ints? Strictly indexed by integers. How does vector 2i array work? How is this returning a vector 2i array? I don't fully understand. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this is this could just be like this is indexed on an integer, and this is just a really dumb way to represent this array contains vector 2i's. And they're just unsorted. They're just unsorted vector 2i's. Why not? They don't need to be sorted. We don't believe in that. So we do need this to be an array of arrays. I think. We don't know how big the array needs to be. That's not my problem. All right, so we've got this grid. We're going to go ahead and take our tile map layer. Tile map layer dot get magic get you cells. There it is. Cool. We're just going to call that function and throw the result away. Now var tiles equals tile chords. Does that work? Expected end of statement after variable declaration found. Okay, yeah, that works great. All right, for tile chord in tile chords. Could I have just done this instead? What are you talking about? There's no bracket. Oh. Up here? Am I not allowed to do this? Expected indented block. Oh yeah, that's because, yeah, that's fine. That should stop yelling at me now. Identifier tile map player. Cool, I can't spell layer. For each tile chord is a vector 2i. What can you tell me about vector 2i's? Godot vector 2i. Are these 2i's or are these 2's? No, these are 2i's. That's good. How do I get the... Oh, it's x and y. Perfect. So we'll just do tileChord.x, tileChord.y, grid, tileChord.x, tileChord.y equals scene.unseen. All right, this was a poorly named. Viz. What's a better word for that than light? Light.unseen. Oh no, that can't be good. That's not a good one. I don't want to say visibility because that's too big. But I did it anyway. Okay, so we set the tile coordinates for each tile to unseen. And now we need to tell our renderer, don't render anything that's unseen. We can do that because we have this magic function in the tile map layer. Okay, so we don't actually need this to be true anymore. We can set this to a variable. Oops. Tile map update equals false. If tile map update equal false, turn false, else tile map update equal false, return true. That should make this more optimum. Why is there a parse state? Oh, because yeah, that makes sense. Okay, parse error, expected colon after the if statement. I did it. It's there. Mixed use of spaces and tabs for indentation. Okay, cool. Fixed. And then to update this, we just go to the movement handler and then we go, okay, tile map layer dot update. What did I set? Tile map update. Was true. All right, so now we're updating the map every time we move, and no more than that. We don't need to process. We do need to update this though. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the map for spacing out. Sorry, you gotta drink some water. We have our array of our movement handler for x in movement handler dot grid for y in x. No. Oh, I forgot the colons. We should be able to say lowest positions find chords. Tile dash. We should be able to do this. Just grab this. Vector 2i x x y. Tile data dot modulate. Oh, but I don't know what tile data means. Where's tile data coming from? Where did this come from? Oh, it's being passed in. Okay. Oh, it's giving us a vector 2i. Okay. So we don't need to iterate over the world. We can just this is even easier. We got our movement handler dot grid dot chords dot x chords dot y if that equals. Can I call an enum? Visibility dot unseen. This shouldn't work. Set this to 0. Set this to 0. Set this to 0. Set this to 0. Oh, no, not that one. There we go. Yeah, this shouldn't work. Identify a movement handler not declared in the current scope. Oh, it's called visibility handler. Identifier visibility not declared in the current. I was afraid of that. How do I make this enum visible to? Do I got to put it in the main script so it'll get inherited? I'll do it. I think that made it worse. No, this one. And I don't need that there. Okay, so how do I make this visible globally? Godot global enum. Add an autoload script, no. Using a singleton, okay. Create a new GD script file dedicated to holding your global enums. Common practice is enable it. Okay, I'm going to actually read the forums. What was it called? enums.gd. Oh, there's conventions. I should follow those conventions. Enum. What? All enums are global. They're just guarded by class namespaces. There's no need for autoloads. You don't need any objects to access them. If enum is declared in a name class, it'll be enemy enemy to, oh, okay. Okay, so this should work actually then. I should be able to type, this is kind of dumb, but visibility handler dot. That should work. Okay, so this should make everything invisible. Actually, it crashes everything. Out of bounds get index 1 on base array. Let's debug this puppy. I think I can just actually hit the debug. And then let's see the debugger. Nope. All right, let's try debugging one line up. Where'd my debug line go? Did I not? Oh. All right, let's try putting it there. Why is it not breakpointing? Is it breakpointing? Oh, this is, oh, okay. It's not even getting to this function. It's actually erroring out on ready. Okay. That shouldn't be possible. What? I'm doing this wrong. I know I'm doing it wrong. How do I do it right? Fuck. All right. I need to... Vector 2i will evaluate to false if it's equal to vector 2i equals 0, 0. Otherwise, vector 2i will always evaluate the true. No, I want to create, okay, I want to create an array of vector 2i's. Can I just create an array of vector 2i's instead of a two-dimensional array? No, because that's unsorted. Is that a problem though? Yeah, that's a huge problem. That's super inefficient. Append. I was supposed to use the append function, wasn't I? Sorry, this is baking my beans. For I and grid width, append. For I, J and grid height, append. Because the thing is, I don't know how big my world is. And maybe I have to decide that. I would like something to be dynamically resizable, but an array of arrays. All right. Width and height. Map 1, map 2. I already read that. Single linear array. That requires me to know how big the map is. So, okay. Dynamic size. All arrays are dynamic and can be resized at any time, including 2D arrays, which are simply arrays of arrays. There's no fixed size. I don't believe that. But there's a resize function. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how arrays work. When a shader needs a dynamic array size. What is the problem I'm stuck on? I'm just trying to declare this data structure. What up? Hey, Lord Death Hunter. I'm just trying to create a grid. And this is wrong. Let me just look up Godot data structures. A nested array, yeah. Exactly. So what I'm doing is I've got the tile map layer here and I'm trying to create a grid built from that tile map layer. I've got all the coordinates and stuff. And then I just assign it just a flag. Theoretically, I could put it in the tile map layer as custom data, but I don't think that's better. I think that's less flexible than what I'm trying to do. Nested arrays are fine. I'm just trying to figure out how to declare this. Because, I mean, if I run it, I can just... out of bounds on index 1. Because this is uninitialized. Oh, you can do negative arrays. Okay. Arrays always pass by reference. Yeah. Append. Assign. Assigns elements of another array into the array. Resize the array to match array. Performs type conversions if the array is typed. B search. Clear, count, duplicate, duplicate deep, erase, fill, filter, find. Can I just do find and then just do a search on vector 2i's? Just make a single array of vector 2i's? I'm not opposed to that. Try something like main array resize 10. The main reason I'm avoiding that is because I don't know how big the world is. So I don't want to set hard-coded like these arrays of 10 by 10. Or 100 by 100 is probably a lot better. What I want to try, this might be like massively bad performance-wise, is this find. For performance reasons, I use a map in this case. A map makes more sense. Yeah, I think I'd rather do that. Godot map. Object, data structure. It's a key value store. Oh. I don't know if that's more efficient. I'm just paralyzed with indecision. Let's just do an array for now. Okay, we gotta initialize the array. Grid. How do I resize? Okay, for I just look at the code. Range 100. Why am I typing 100? Array size. Grid I resize. That should work. Dict is definitely slower. If I'm worried about performance, what is wrong here? Array size, unexpected. Oh, right. There. All right, well, that works. It didn't make the world dark, though. There's only one square that's dark. What am I doing wrong? Let's find out. Print, debug. No, just print. Tile, chord, X, and tile chord Y. What are we setting to unseen? It looks like we're setting everything to unseen. This looks correct. It is running through that list properly. So the fault isn't here. The fault is here. Print. What is the visibility handler? At this chord. Oh, and we should also print the chords. X is chords.x. Y is chords.y. Visible enum is. Okay, what are we going to get? I don't think performance will be noticeable for structure of this size. Possibly. So X and Y are always 1. Why? But aren't we getting passed in a vector 2i? Is this... What is this chord? What are we getting passed in? This method is only called if use tile data runtime update is implemented. It returns true for the given tile chords. Oh, this isn't just a blank. We have to actually tell it which tiles to update. Oh, but wait, no, we're just doing. Oh. Uh-oh. This needs to be a lot more than what I've written here. Oh, geez. Okay. I have to create an entire update map? It looks like I do. And then I have to actually tell it which tiles I want to update. Because what's happening is it's going to the very first tile in this list. It's saying, I need an update, and then it updates. And I have my code helpfully says, all right, you did the update, you're good. And then it goes to the next tile, and it says, I don't need an update anymore, we're good. It just never gets past. If I just do this, everything works suddenly. Yeah, everything works suddenly. Oh, it's very laggy. We don't need to do that. So I need a tile map update map. Great. It's probably fine to use just an array of two. It's probably fine to use a map here. Probably. Map. How do I define a map? I did it, right? That's a thing? I'm not crazy. Array versus dictionary. Okay, so it's not called a map, it's called a dictionary. Yeah. I mean, it might be called a dictionary. It might be called a map, but it's also called a dictionary. Okay, and there's going to be a dictionary of vector 2i's. Is that how you declare a dictionary? God, I hope so. This is the same thing. All right, so we've got our dictionary. And by default, everything should be in this dictionary. Everything needs to be updated. Or maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't need that. But what we do is we do if tile map update map contains chords. Is that right? Probably not right. Oh. What do we return if it doesn't exist? Is it a -1? What does a dictionary return? Okay, so contains is not a method. Get has. Oh, it's a Boolean. Okay, so we're gonna get has. And we don't need this equals false. If it has it, we return true. tile map update map dot remove. Remove is not the command. Guess what is the command? Erase. I guess I could just do erase. Efficiency. Okay, now how do we get tiles into here? We go back to our movement handler. Now this needs to be... Oh, this is going to be more complicated. Tile map layer update map dot add. You can do dictionary vector2i boolean. So something like this. Is it bool? Yeah, it was bool. You can do dict.get. If it has key in it, it returns its value. If it not, it returns the fallback. Yeah. Theoretically, this should work. We will test it out, and if it doesn't work, I need to add to this dictionary. Add. Is it append? Is it add? What's the word? Assign? No, that assigns a dictionary. Duplicate. Set. Set. What am I setting? I don't care about the value. I'm just setting the key. That's so confusing. That makes me think this could just be an array. Set value null. Set value 1. Set value true. Morning. Hey, Timothy. How's it going? Whoops. Set value equals true. But I need to give it like, no, that's not how it works. Vector 2i. I need to give it a vector 2i and then true. Target loc. And then there was also a function in the tile map layer that gave me all of the adjacent tiles. Get neighbor cells. Returns the neighboring cell to the one of the coordinate cores. Identify the neighbor direction. Oh. I don't think we need to do that. I think we can just do math. We're going to take the math that I had here. It was this one. Oh my God. No. I'm not appending. I'm doing this. But I need to add to the target loc. Plus vector 2i xy. Yeah, there we go. And actually, if I do that, then I don't need this line. I don't need Los positions. I just took that. Theoretically, that should work. That should update. Oh, well, I mean, sure. That's not what I wanted at all, but I mean, that is progress. So we got to set the ready function here. Tell it to update. We got the tile map layer. We need to give it every single coordinate in the world. Tell it to update that. No, we don't. Wait a minute. Okay, so I'm updating this. That's wrong. When I move, this is no longer in the darkness. But it should be. Why is that? I'm confused. Yeah, that tile should not have gotten updated. Why is that tile getting updated? Oh, that's a bug. Okay, so it's not updating until we hit a wall, no? Why is this getting left behind? This is completely wrong. So how it should be is that at the very beginning, the whole map is blank. And then when we see coordinates, oh, well, okay, so this makes sense because I'm not changing the visibility to seen. So it makes sense that the squares around me are black. What doesn't make sense to me is when I leave, why do they stop being black? Why is that happening? Because those tiles should not be getting updated. It's probably because it's probably something to do with I'm taking in a tile and I'm doing this and I shouldn't be doing that. There's probably something wrong happening here. Okay, let's do that for now. Nope. Why is this still... There should be nothing that once I turn it black, there should be nothing that turns it away from black. And yet there is. I don't get it. Time to think. Okay, what is setting? Okay, so I've got this function here and I don't need it anymore. This function was fun. We're getting rid of it. Maybe I should just comment it out for now because I might copy and paste it later into the visibility handler. Right. I get it. You can't save. Yeah, okay. So the only time modulation is set is here, but it's not modulating, it's modulating tile data. Could that not be the same as what I'm doing here, which is modulating the actual tile? So I can get the cell tile data and set the modulation on that. I can try that. Yeah, I can try it. Hold on. Loading. So I can get the cell tile data. And I have the chords. Chords. So I don't know what this is. This is just a reference? I'm just getting a reference. No, we're just setting this to 0. All right, does this work? That's not quite what I wanted. Right, because this was setting color to one thing, but that was coloring the entire map, which is also not what I wanted. Tile set modulate. Thinking. So I'm getting the cell tile data, and I'm setting the modulation on the entire cell data. But what if I just wanted to grab like the specific tile? What lang is this? This is GD script. Returns the tile data object associated with the given cell. Okay, so it's not returning the cell, it's returning the data, which I already have. But can I get the tile from it? Because the way this is working was, tile data. This is giving me a tile. This function is giving me a tile. Where is that coming from? Warning, the tile data's object sub-resources are the same as the one in the tile set. Modifying them might back the whole tile set. Instead, make sure to duplicate those resources. Updating at chords. If I touch a wall, all walls turn dark, except that one. And they stay dark forever. So I think this is updating the right things. Oops. This isn't a case of like I'm accidentally updating the universe. No, I think it's updating the right chords. Four, 3, 2, 3, 2, 4. Okay. So if I go up here, it'll do 0, 1, and 2. Yeah. That's correct. Okay, just checking. How the heck do you change the modulation of one tile, but not all the tiles? I thought because this was giving me chords, that it was giving me things to update at one tile. Not every tile. Well, what we can do is just fight through this for now. else if is seen is else if, okay. How do I do else if in Godot? Godot else if. Elif, all right. I'm getting to it. Zero 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Just like Python, exactly. One, and 1. Okay, so this function will light it up according to that. Now all we have to do is get our movement handler to, every time we move, change the visibility of the tiles. Can we get the visibility handler in here? Okay, visibility handler. Dot grid x y. Is that what I had? I believe it is. Dot equals, oops. Dot visible. Yeah. Okay. Is that changing the visibility handler? Maybe. Almighty Google says you can also use C# and C++ and Godot too. I'm sure you can. Visible. Is this actually changing anything? Does the, okay. If I go back to the tile map layer, let's print this back out. So if we go in circles, we should start seeing visible enum changing, and it's not. So that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Visibility handler.grid. Okay, we've got a grid. There it is. We're calling it the way that we intended. Oh, it's because we're calling on this. I should be calling it on vector 2i dot x plus x, vector 2i dot y plus x. There we go. What do you mean can't find member x in vector 2i? That's a lie. It's right there. Get x? Do I have to do get x? Oh, I can use index positions. Okay, great. Let's do that instead. 0. Can't find index 0. Identifier not found vector 2i. It's not called vector2i, it's called target loc. That's the problem. Because I had a brain fart. .x. Please call the property on the type. Isn't that wrong? I guess you should. Yeah, I shouldn't be calling it on the type. Oh, the visible enum has changed. It's now 2. We can see the world. Great. Technically, that's progress. Unfortunately, we're still left with the problem of what am I doing? What am I supposed to do here? Maybe what I can do is change the tile data. Tile data modulate. Instead of doing this. Will you upload this as a tutorial once you're done on your channel? It's live. It's already there. Why? Why? I don't understand why this is so painful. We're doing, okay, on ready, set everything to unseen. That doesn't necessarily reflect that on the map, but we can make them reflect on the map if we tile map layer dot use tile data runtime update. I should just make a function for that instead of doing it like this. That would be smarter. Cool. Tilemap update dot set tile vector 2i tile chord dot x tile chord dot y true. Yeah, we'll just set that. That should result in the map being black. Oh, great. And now it's... Why did that happen? Okay, so this is correct. Why? Why is this not... But why? Why? Why is that happening? I hate it. And of course that. That's a very strange phenomenon that I would love to explain, and that would help me a lot. 0n? I don't know what that means. I just want to update individual tiles. And your loops check the maximum index number. The for in loops. And this one for tile coordinate in tile map layer. Maybe it's n, maybe n minus 1. I don't think it's an off by 1 error, but Sure. Print tile cord. What did I print? I'm printing too much. I mean, it's definitely starting at 0. Okay, let's. What type of game are you making? It's a roguelike. It will be once the basics work, which they don't. Okay. I mean, I can try messing with this. Wait, where's X and Y coming from? Oh, yeah, that's fair. Visibility handler. +1. +1. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, that, I mean, that makes sense that it would no longer be setting that to unseen because I +1 that away, but that doesn't, like, then this happens. So that leads me to believe that this function works. I shouldn't be mad at this function. This function is doing what I expect it to do. I should be mad at this function. But I don't know why. No, not this function. This function. Tile data.modulate. So we've got the coordinates and we got the vector. Okay. That's what this print was doing. So all of these are correct. This is all correct. I'm happy so far. That is working as it should. But then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So only 9 things get updated. But, oops. This is more than 9 tiles got updated. Curiously, these walls got updated, but I'm not next to them, so they shouldn't have gotten updated. Like, do I start next to a wall? No. But we still update it anyway. But not this line over here. That's separate. That gets its own. What is that? This is 16? Yeah. We don't update this line until we hit 16. Why is that? Is array your whole map? This tile map layer is my whole map. Could there be something going on with like rendering, occlusion or something? I mean, this array is a lot bigger than the actual map. It's a lot bigger. I could try making this smaller. Oops. I don't think that is relevant. And this was working before. What is LOS positions? LOS positions is... Oh, line of sight positions. Okay. Oh, this was... okay, so this was modulating things that weren't these coordinates. No, it was. Wait, what? No, it was. Wait. How did this ever work? I'm looking at this now. How did the... Okay. If I uncomment all this. And then... break. I don't know how to stop a function. Cannot use break outside of a loop. Pass. Okay, that pass is not working. How do you stop a function? Oh, return. I'm smart. Okay, but we need to re-enable this to turn everything stupid. Okay. Yeah, how does this work? How does this work? Because here's the thing. I know I thought it was being clever. I'm getting a coordinate, and then I'm going to the player position. Player position is not null. It never is. Then I go to the player position. I grab that. Then I take the... I take that. I get all of the surrounding squares. That makes LOS positions. And then I look and see, do these exist? Find chords, but chords is right here, and this is static. Does this exist? And the answer is it always exists. So then I hit tiledata.modulate. But that's just handed to me by the function. So like, how did that ever work? How does Godot know I need to color the squares around me? How did it ever figure that out? Okay, so if I do this, -2. If I do that, this should get, how is it doing that? Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. What is happening here? How is this happening? What is happening? Yeah, what? Yeah, okay. I added a new thing and it worked for one thing. How does this work? It does not work. It should not work. The thing that I wrote should not do what I thought it would do. How is this happening? I have no idea. This is insanely bad news. Oh no. Oh no. How is this modulating the color? If I just get rid of this. Okay, and if I just don't do this loop at all. What is happening? This function is getting called. I respect that. Print tile data. Where is my debug? Where's my output? These are all different. These are all different tiles. Oh, hold on. If I go up and down, it still increments. So this is, I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. Further mystery. This is only supposed to update if this is returning true, but this is not returning true. Oh no, it is returning true. Never mind. What if I just return false? Always return false. Okay, yeah, that's, never mind. That was actually not a mystery. Are you feeding those arguments in from the movement handler? I don't know. These are coming from Godot. This is Godot doing this. This underscore gets called right before the time map layer gets updated. And that gets called, I'm going to assume every frame. I'm not calling it. How does this do? How does this do? Why are these changing color? Okay. It's obvious this is the line doing it, because if I comment that out, nothing. Okay, so it is calling, that function on these chords. So why is it calling that function on those chords? Is it because it's actually respecting my visibility handler? No, my movement handler. Because this is setting the grid to be updated. So if I get rid of that line, oh, nothing ever gets updated ever. Okay. So I think the reason this is happening is because that's how my movement handler works. So actually, but how did it work before? Because this didn't exist yesterday. It didn't exist yesterday, so how is it still doing that? I'm still trying to piece together why half the map reveals on the first movement. Yeah. No, there's some magic happening. I don't know the life cycle variables in Godot. If it has an underscore in front of the function like this, that means the Godot engine is calling it. That's the convention. So Godot calls run. Godot is calling this. I don't know when it's calling it. Theoretically, this will tell me. I don't know. For functions is usually indicated for private. Or you're not supposed to be calling this from other places. Oh, okay. So also private. I should never call this. I should never be calling that. Something like this tile data is something global or past the reference value. I don't know where the tile data is coming from. And that, if I set, not like that. Actually, what if I set it to blue? Why was the world blue? So something about this dabba-dee-dabba-die. Yeah, okay, so somehow the world is getting set to blue here from this. That doesn't make any sense to me. I cannot, for the life of me, understand why that's happening. Sure, loops are fine in another function? I don't know. Doing that. Okay, so probably what's happening is at the very beginning in the visibility handler, I'm setting visibility for everything. That's what this is doing. This is setting visibility for everything. So Godot says, cool, let me go call this runtime update. It sees this function says set everything to white. And that's, ta-da, everything's white. Everything is turning back. I don't know why that's happening. I don't know why this is happening, but I'm setting the tile data. This tile data is transient. It gets thrown away as soon as this function is finished calling. This is my guess. But in the main over here, I am setting directly on the tile map layer. This should be this color. So somehow, whenever this calls an update and it updates these, it says, okay, I need to unupdate the rest of these, I guess. I don't understand. I don't understand that logic at all. What if I just call set true, always return true on this? And then I need to, well, first of all, I need to stop printing like crazy. Get rid of this. I think I opened it twice. That's not possible. I think it's doing it in a square on the player. The tiles to the right look to be the same amount as the tiles down that get revealed on the first movement. Expected, oh. Can't save and run at the same time. So that functions how you'd expect. Oh, okay, well, almost. That's a bug, but that's a bug that we know about. We should not move the player sprite, or we should not move the player into walls. I mean, that works. But the problem is I'm updating literally every tile, every frame, nonstop forever, which sounds super inefficient, but if that's what the game needs me to do, thought I heard something. All right, I mean, that works. So we have all this code that we wrote that we don't need. Because we're just going to return true on every line. And then cry. Yeah. We need to set. So, okay, so in the interest of just moving this along and trying to figure it out never, we need to set, when the movement handler moves us in a direction, we need to set every tile that we're not looking at to unseen. Because right now we're making things visible when we move, and then we're not uninvisible. We're not making them seen. Player has seen this tile but is not currently looking at it. So how we do that? I mean, we could do some simple math and say, okay, we moved to the left, so the tiles 2 steps back need to be turned to seen. What we could also do, and this is much less efficient, but it's easier, we can just get a list of all the things that we've set to scene. No, what am I talking about? Let's do the thing that I was... okay. I need to know the direction that I'm moving in. Or what I could do is just, I've got my array of line of sight, and then just put a larger array around that, and that's the... No, that doesn't work. Maybe it does. Before your array, set all visible tiles to scene, and then... Oh yeah, that works. I could do that. So go through my array. For each X in, where's my visibility handler? Visibility handler. I'll actually label this set the light visible to the scene. So we got a grid. Oh, it's called the grid. Dot grid for Y in visibility. This, I probably don't need to be doing this. I probably can just do if visibility handler dot grid x y equals visibility handler dot visible dot visible. This is why I hate having big words. My enum. Oh, that was right. I actually spelled it right. Okay. Gotta put this in parens. There's an error on debug when you move. Before your array, set all visible to see out. And you create a flasher. It's fast enough that it won't flash. Oh yeah, we'll see if this even works. It should work though. Then set to visibility handler dot visibility dot scene. That should go through the loop. Set everything that's... Yeah, hey, it works. Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Yeah, now I don't have to think about it because coming soon, we're going to have to add the light sources. We're going to have to be able to increase how far we can see. But this is exactly what I need. So, sick, pog. What was I working on? Unseen tiles. Excellent. We have made them seen now, and also hasn't glitched yet. No, there was definitely a bug. I want to fix it now while I'm thinking of it. Yeah, this. That should be simple to fix because that's handled in the movement handler. Okay. If we try and move somewhere that's not a wall, do things. Otherwise, that's a wall, yo. Oh, and then maybe we should not do all the visibility stuff because we didn't move. Do we just return? We can just return for now. You return that else. Yeah. Yep. No longer will we see through walls by running into them. Okay. Yes. Now we gotta add a critter. I don't have a graphic for a critter, so I'm just gonna use the player graphic. Maybe I can modulate them to be blue or green. Time to add a child node. What do I want to add? So it's probably a node 2D. That's probably what we're looking for. A node 2D with a sprite. Is there, okay. I need to stop, or I need to take a break. 1 second. I think there's a way to add like an array of objects. So I'm not just adding one monster. There was definitely that in the demo. In the tutorial for Godot. So I might just go revisit that when I come back. Okay. This might be a thing where I am not creating an object at all, but let me go to the Godot tutorial. Because in this, it's making multiple enemies. No, it creates a mob. Creates a mob scene. Is that attached to the main scene? Oh, I'm already doing it. Okay. What did the thing want to make it? A rigid body. Okay, but this is not, we don't need a rigid body. We just need a node. Create. Mob. Should this be its own scene? I feel like I would have to, whatever, doesn't matter. So we've got a mob. We need to add a sprite. And for now, we can just give it the player one. Create a mob scene separate from main. Then you instantiate the mob in the main script. Okay, so it does need to be separate. Then I'll just do that. Mob. Get you out of here. But we do want it to have a sprite. Yes. And that sprite is going to be this icon, but we're going to change the color. And that color how do we modulate in this? There's got to be a way. Don't tell me I have to modulate from script. Oh, maybe I click, no? Resource, no. Don't worry about it. We'll just modulate in script. Why is this? There. Okay, so we've got a mob. I need to spawn it somewhere. Why am I? Oh, that's why. Okay, so we don't need any of this anymore. I'm pretty sure we can move past all this code. Let me just. What we can do is instantiate a mob. Mob. I was kind of hoping that the autocomplete would help me out there. What's the script? Add a script to the mob. Like, no, I want to add a. How do I spawn the mob? Oh, okay, that's the next part. Spawning mobs. Var mob scene. Pack scene? What? Is it okay? Is this just an object I can call? Like var mob equals mob. Like I was kind of hoping that would just work, and then I could just be like new mob. Var name preload address instantiate. That's more than I was hoping. There it is. I would not have guessed that. And you can get this address by dragging the scene from the, yeah. And then we need this mob to exist in a specific location. So we just mob dot spawn it. Like 5-5? 5-5 is a pretty safe position. Okay, I really need to make a function just to make this less painful. This is so annoying at this point, doing anything. Mob position, nope. Tile map layer, I want to put it at 5-5. Map to local. Or local to map is probably what I actually want. That should mob.modulate. That's not how that works. Mob sprite. Mob sprite dot modulate. She's not yelling at me. Nope, that doesn't exist. Yeah, that's fair. How do I access my mob sprite? The movement handler here shows me how I get the, oh, I actually declared that thing separately and then called it. Oh, I can't do that with the mob because this is separate. How do I access the child node for an object? Find child? Tell me about that function. Pattern string. That might be what I need. Find child mob sprite. Could that work? Well, no. Don't appear to have a mob yet. You'll need to add child mob to the end of that spawn. Oh, to the main. Oh, that makes sense. Right, so that it gets drawn. I'm not doing it right. I'm missing something. Just go back to this. Oh no, that is right. Why isn't it in the main scene? Do I need to like push its draw, like it needs to be drawn first? Create a new instance, choose a random location, set the mob's position, set the mob's perpendicular, blah, blah, blah. Add some random, okay, choose a velocity. No, that's... Why doesn't that work? Print mob. It's a node 2D. It exists. Print mob.find child. Mob sprite. It exists. Why doesn't this work? It could be off the map. Could be doing something, map to local. Or actually, let me print the position. Do you need negative Y value? Oh, it's there. It's there. It's in the corner. It's just not anywhere intelligent. I just can't see it because, yeah, it's there. So maybe this is wrong. Maybe next is make a utility function and then start making more intelligent functions so that I can call those instead of having to be like visibility layer.visibility.visible and then go insane from that. Yeah, I had it backwards. Okay, so a mob exists. Okay, add critter, stationary for now, and also placeholder graphics for now. Actually, I want to make them green because blue is hard to see. Yeah, that's better. Okay, now I want to make it. Now I need to add another thing. Add a hit point bar. Thinking that, okay, first of all, we need to add a hit point value to the player. Do I not have a script for the player? I never made a script for the player. Don't need it. Do it all in main. Var hit points. Var max hit points. Okay, let's add, I think it's a canvas. Manages nodes into a draw operation. Canvas layer? The UI, nope. We need this UI to be text at the bottom of the screen. I do not remember how to do this, but I do know that I did have to do this in the tutorial game. Labels and buttons. Okay. Label. Hit points. Wow, that is incredible. This is a lot of work to make this not look like how it looks. So I can just put this in a fixed position. I actually don't want to put it in a fixed position. I want to put it at the bottom of the camera. I think that requires me setting like a resolution for this game. Textures. Is there a font? Oh my goodness. There's so much. There's so much. Oh, this is so overwhelming. There's fonts. Use oversampling. That's the only option I have for fonts. I can't like... So I think I'm setting the font for Godot. I'm not setting it for my game. Or am I? I'm scared. We can set this to like 800 by 600. There's our hit points. It doesn't help that the world is the way that it is. God, I need to figure this out. I need to figure this out. How do I put this somewhere more intelligent than where it is? I think that requires me learning about viewports. Follow viewport. I'm going to leave that alone for now, and then just when we get to the part where I'm attaching the camera to the player, We'll put this somewhere more intelligent. I would like to put it at the bottom of the screen. I don't know where that is. Why don't I just like figure that out? Godot putting text at the bottom of the screen. RTL doesn't have a vertical alignment. How do I get the screen to show up? That might be helpful. How do I get that to show up? Oh, there it is. I just need to zoom out a little. Cool. All right, so we have the text hit points. There it is down there at the bottom. How do I make it update now? Is there a particular button? Particular script that I attach it to? Okay. Okay. Just gonna go about this. Because I know the answer is here. Because you have to update the score. Okay, so you get the score label and then you update the text. Makes sense. Within the movement handler, every time we move, this is not the movement handler. Here we go. Every time we move, we're going to do a check. We're going to say, is there a mob around us? And if the answer is yes, hit points, update the hit point tracker. But also, at the very beginning, when we're calling ready, we don't need this print anymore. Score, okay. We have a label. It's called hit points. Hit points dot text equals hit points 10 out of 10. Why not use timer for hit points? Is that a thing? Countdowns are the simplest way to handle time-based logic, but this isn't a time-based logic. This should update to 10 out of 10. Yep. All right. Visibility handler. Nope, sorry, movement handler. Now we need to make it so that every time we move, if we move into a tile that contains or is adjacent to a mob, that hit point goes down by 1. And to do that, we need to be aware of the location of every mob. And to do that, we need a list of them. Okay. Why not just leave it as is unless there's something to modify it? Or is that the condition that there's a monster nearby? Yeah. For now, that's just like, ideally the condition is whenever you're attacked, the hit points go down. But we don't have that set up yet. We're just setting up right now that we can decrement hit points whenever you are next to a mob. Add child. Mobs.append mob. Cool. So we have the list of mobs. There might be an easier way to keep track of all the mobs. I bet Godot has a thing that's like, oh yeah, just call mobs.get. Isn't there any collide event? We're not doing that. We're not doing collides. We may have collides in this. In fact, we should do collides in this. when we move, we're checking to make sure we're not walking into a wall. We should also make sure to check that the tile that we're moving into does not contain a mob. So let's do that. For mob in mobs, and that is a main.mobs. That's not going to work. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. How do I get this? How do I get this function over here? $. Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. So you don't check every single enemy and keep track of them. Imagine you add movement functionality to them. So there is collision, but the problem is that collision is not grid based. Collision is physics based. So we can't really do that. I mean, we can, but it's even more painful than what we're doing. If mob.position. Okay, var occupied equals false. Target loc occupied equals true. And not. Does that work? We should just test that. Instantly crash. Invalid access to a property or key mobs. So this doesn't work. Do I need a $sign here? Godot access variable and parent. Get parent. Signals. Okay, I should actually look into how signals work. Cool, and that brings me to this. Signal. Oh, I can add a signal. Okay. I'm not ready to use signals. I just want to access the variable. Get parent. That still doesn't work, but for a different reason. Oh, we need to change. Okay, tile map layer. Dot map to local. Local to map. There we go. Okay, now we can't move into the creature. There's a wall, yo. Not really, but yeah. So we can get the mobs in that location. Now we want to do a thing. Now we want to try setting a signal, I guess. How do signals work? typing signal sends the signal? Okay, we can create the signal in this function and then nope. In this function, and then we can connect it to this using one of these somehow, magic, to tell it to decrement the hit points, because I don't want to be decrementing hit points from any and every function on the map. Maybe I want to have like a hit point handler. Signal name creates a signal name emits the signal. You can do signal name.connect. That gets called when the signal is emitted. Okay. We will try that out and see what happens. After we move, we need to do a search for every adjacent space. Oh, it's cursed. It's cursed if we do that. Let's just repeat this because this is temporary code and this may not be temporary code. If target loc plus tie xy. I think for now we can just have it print mob found. Then we'll figure out that SQL, or we'll figure out the signal stuff in just a moment. Yep, mob found, mob found, mob found, mob found, mob found. Okay. Okay, up here we got to specify signal hit. Hit dot emit emits the signal. So like that. And then hit dot signal name or hit dot connect your function. Func. I need to make a function here on hit. We take our hit points and we decrement them. And then we got to update the text. Is there a way to add format strings? Godot format strings. Percent. I have, okay, this might be what I want. The string format method. I don't want to do string concatenation. So 0 dot format hit points max hit points. And then we can actually do this. Why did it? Okay. Does that work? That might work. Then we just got to make this call on a signal. Click on the movement handler on the left side in the tree. Then right side, click on the node menu. That's the function that we want to connect to. Oh, okay. It actually will create a receiver method. So instead of just making this function that we made, we'll just do that. Theoretically, that should work. Now, our hit points can go below 0 because we did not. Yeah, we didn't. We don't stop that. Yeah, but that works. You can also pick instead of creating. You know, I prefer this to be a better name. On hit. Okay. We did it. Our hit points are going down. All right, now we need to end the game when we hit 0. If hit points are less than 1, how do we end the game? How do we exit the game? I mean, we probably don't want to just exit the game straight up, but work in progress. Grading the enemy. Oh, I missed this message. Why not save the player position and only look around that position instead of looking at the whole array? Because the mobs aren't sorted by position. So I don't know where they are in the array. And I can't just I don't want to make an array of like, I don't want to make a 100 by 100 array. 99% of those empty, and then there's one mob. It's easier to just make a list of mobs and look through all of them and say, oh. There's a data structure you could use to dramatically reduce the amount of overhead there is. And I kind of would have hoped that Godot would have been able to provide that. But for a roguelike, it doesn't really matter. I don't think we're going to have more than 100 enemies on screen on a level. So doing collision checks for less than 100 objects, not a big deal. Worst case scenario, it's 10,000 calculations, and my computer can do billions of calculations. So we're okay. I think even a phone can do millions of calculations, so still okay. Oh yeah, ending the game, right. Godot exit game. Quit. Get tree.quit. Okay, that wasn't it. Oh, it's because this is a function. You can also pick and oh, yeah. I don't like to abuse the CPU. I mean, a lot of game design optimization is a choice between using the CPU or using your memory. And I think it's a fair argument to say memory is cheaper. Oh, okay, we just died? Or did the game just crash? I think we just died. Yeah. That works. It's a trade-off between CPU and memory. And I think in some cases one is better than the other, but at this point, and I think for this game jam, it does not matter. It's just a matter of what's easiest. I would love to set up like a quad tree. That would be really fun. I don't have time for that. I also have not done that in like decades. So if I do that, it'll probably be broken. And I did not see one provided by Godot. I'm assuming that's how Godot implements its collision shapes. At least for 2D, and then for 3D, it'd be using an oct tree to figure out what it should be checking collisions for. What's next on the list? So I've got a hit point bar. It's not a bar. I put bar here specifically because I did not want to just settle for having text. Oh, jeez. I don't know how to do a bar. Canvas? This is a canvas. What's a like image? Canvas group. Image, no. Image, if I spell image maybe. Canvas layer, okay. Button, control, check button. I just want a little red rectangle, basically. There should be a canvas texture. Oh, that's right. You're right. I can. What am I doing? I can set a. Not in this. Not this. I don't have to use sprites. I don't have to use PNGs. Sprite. Is that? Do I want to put a sprite? For UI, it's the canvas texture. I don't. Is it this? The canvas group? This is the only canvas. And I've already got one. I need to add. Open up Godot. It might be a different name. Godot adding a hit point bar to the UI. Texture progress bar. Progress bar. There we go. Perfect. So we've got this thing designed to be a hit point bar. Like that's actually the thing specified stamina bar, but you know what? We'll count it. We give it a texture. Is there a way I can just give it a color? Atlas, mesh, curve, gradient. Gradient, that might be what we want. Okay, this is fine, but I want color. Texture rect. For UI textures, texture rect. For raw colors, color rect. Over. don't know what I'm doing. Oh, and that's not good. Okay, we can set a 2D gradient. Cool. I like it. I just want color. Tint. Oh, here we go. Okay. We're going to set RGB. Nope, we're going to set R. I don't know what under, over, and progress means. Under is the base, the part that's visible when HP depletes. Progress is the full, the part that gets cut when taking damage. Okay. So this won't be like a shrinking bar. Where is it? Is it really tiny? Oh, it is. I see. Okay. Okay, I absolutely hear myself. Mute. I want this to be wider, and there's probably an easy little option here to make that wider. This is what I want. Yeah, this is correct. Okay, I think I see what's happening. This is empty. This bar is empty. That's why it looks like this. But if I fill it up... No, that's not correct. Can I get rid of this? Oh, I only did the... Okay. Just copy my work. Cool. We've got gradients. Can I fill this bar up now, please? Hello, bar? Can I have the bar? Page. 25. Step 5. Step 500. And over the text and the properties, it'll display what each property is. Range value clamps. Okay, these are just, I'm going to give them a value. If greater than 0, the value will always be rounded to a multiple of this property's value. Okay, so if I set it to 1, then it'll always be an integer. Page size, used mainly for scroll bar. We don't believe in that. Value, the range is current value. We'll set it to 50 for now. I think what I need to do is 200. Yeah, that made that decrement. 256. 200. That made that decrement. Oh, these are all connected. I'm changing them all. Brilliant. Hover over the undertext. Remove over. Okay. 2D texture that draws under the progress bar. Progress. Texture 2D that clips based on the node's value and fill node. What if we get rid of the under as well? Ah, there we go. Get rid of those. Let's set this to red. The color of health. And then if we zoom in real close, we can see our health bar. Wait a minute. That should look a little better. I don't know. I want it wider. But it appears to have a fixed mindset. It's so thin. Use HDR. No. Click on the gradients to make unique. Right click. Ah. So now I can copy and paste them. And they won't all have the same value. That's fine and all. I'm mainly worried about how do I make this like thicker. It needs to be more than 1 pixel. Nope, that's, I mean, I know what that did. That's not what I need. I don't need this to be offset. Okay. If true and min value is greater than or equal to 0, value will be represented exponentially rather than linearly. Nah. Rounded? Nah. Allow greater? No. Allow lesser? No. What gradient did you choose? This is a 1D. Oh, is that probably why? Because it's one-dimensional. We can get rid of it. Let's do a 2D. There we go. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You make a 2D if you want it to be 2D. Why is the... There we go. Okay. I actually don't want it to be the same. 16 by 64 is... That's the wrong... 16. Game canvas is small too. Add 10 sprite, represent the heart. When you signal emit, remove one from the screen. If I had a heart, I would do that. Rather than having a bar. This is absolutely a placeholder. Okay, we can move this up a little. We've got a bar now. 128. That is our hit points. Let's have an under as well. I'm drowning in this. What did I just switch it to? No, I don't want a compressed texture. I want a gradient. The width can be 8. I mean, the width can be 128. And then the height can be 8. And it's gone. It's probably behind the regular. Keep the dimensions the same? Okay. So the under won't change. This is fixed. How do I make this go away? The idea is that when this, as this decreases, the red turns to, to like that. Now use offset. We're gonna hold off. I think this is fine where we're at. The only thing we need to do now is make it so that the code updates this bar. And then I can claim victory. To do that, I need this hit point bar. Did I just slap that in here? Yeah, I did. Slap that in here, hit point bar. Dot fill mode? No, I want to set value. Value equals, oh, I have to give it a number between 1 and 100, huh? No, I don't. I have to be able to update the min value and the max value. Complicated. That should work. There's a method. Oh, update value? Not just value? Let's try this. Let's see what happens. Next you choose a spell and make yellow plus triangle. This is working. This is doing what I wanted it to, and then it immediately crashes the game. Please react to a song called Gun So Walk. I don't know what that means. As far as my list, add hit point bar, add damage when touching critter. Now we get to add a light source. It's not crash, you wrote to quit the game. But it looks like a crash. So you're not wrong. Var site range equals 1. Am I doing this in the right thing? Yeah, no, this is the wrong thing. I should be doing the movement handler. I should be handling vision in the movement handler. Let's set that to 2, and let's see if we can leverage this number instead of hard coding our site. Let me just, hold on. I never wrote hide the critter when I don't see them. I should have written that down. Whoops. Sorry, I'm spacing out. I'm adding vision range. Okay, so how that works. The movement handler, after I move, oh, it's just this array. So I just need this array to have a variable size. And then we're good. Vision array equals visibility handler dot range. No. So, okay, so I have 2, and I can do dot range. And this will give me 0, 1, and 2, I believe. Why isn't that? It's part of visibility handler. Do I not have visibility? No, visibility handler is right there. Oh, it's because I didn't save this. That's why. Yeah, there we go. Array not declared in current scope. Okay, so this will give us a range. Hold on, let me think. Zero and 1, but we're giving it a 2. So we can create 2 ranges. First of all, +1, so that we get our 2. And then we can create a second range. Dot append range visibility handler dot vision range +1, but we make it negative. I know how to do this in Python. Godot make every number in an array negative. Multiply each element by -1. Using a for loop. All right, so there's no easy way to do it. Get a range of negative numbers. Oh. What if I give it a range? What if I give a range of negative? That looks like that works, actually. So instead of this, cannot get return value of call to append because it returns void. Oh yeah. So we gotta do it like this. With 2 appends. Oh, I can't save. All right. Stop trying. You don't have permissions to save. It didn't. Hello? I didn't get my array. Oh, do I have to move? Right. All right. I see the problem. For I in range visibility handler blah 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 vision array dot append I. Happy? Nope. Is append not the right thing? Godot. Oh, what am I doing? I can just where's append? There it is. This should work. I is the thing we are pending. Okay, this is empty. This is not calling anything at all. -1. -1. All right, that was it. I guess by default it goes up, and I have to actually tell it to go down. That was the problem. All right, so we have our vision array. So this should work now. This should make our vision 2. Yeah. I do want to make it so that it does not reveal light through walls. That's going to be painful. That's going to require some... The only way I know to do that easily is with recursion. I was trying to avoid doing that in Godot. Looking good? Yeah. All right, let's just run out of hit points. That's more fun than actually hitting the stop button. Let's try setting it to 3. Yeah, it works. Works like a glove. There is something I want to do. This background is gray. I would like for it to be black. I think that is something I can set in the project settings. Display. Godot background setting. Color. Change the default clear color in project settings for all scenes or add a color rect node to a specific scene. Now I want to project settings, rendering environment. There it is. Change that to black. All right, but let's actually see it in game. That looks better. That looks better. How are we gonna make it so that we don't reveal these 2 tiles? That's not on my list. Not on my list, so I'm not doing it. I wrote attaching the light source to an item, and I was thinking of implementing a flashlight, and then when you pick up the flashlight, your vision radius increases. I didn't draw a flashlight. I also don't have items implemented, so this was a bit of an ambitious pick. What I will do, though, is getting the critter to move. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Oh, shoot, I closed the wrong window. I meant to close this. Let's get the critter to move. I know Godot has pathfinding. Using A-star grid 2D for discrete tile-based movement. That's us. Is there a, like, someone can provide a tutorial for that? That's not the AI. A-star grid region. Just write DFS. Oh yeah, easy. Or A-star. This is A-star. I want to do it the Godot way, so I do less work. A-star grid 2D. Is there a way to do this that's like using a tile map? Ground contains the tiles that have navigation layers, and walls is for collisions. Okay, so navigation layers, that thing that I've been ignoring up until now. Terrains or miscellaneous or physics? I have done zero research into how navigation works for tile maps. Guess there's some delay on my side. Yeah, there's some stream delay, unfortunately. This I'm going to research. I'm going to put this one off. I'm going to put this off. Research. To do. Get this critter to move. We're going to look up how we implement A-star, because I would like very much to be able to put, let me in fact go here, zoom out, go to the tile map editor. I would like to just put some walls here, and then the monster comes to me. The mob comes to me. Yeah. Why not random move? I mean, it's best if the critter moves towards the player, at least when you can see them, just to make them more hostile. Because if they're moving randomly, then like theoretically you can just avoid them. We're meant to fight these critters. That is the ultimate goal. We'll come back to that. The last thing I have on this, though, nope, that's not true. We got to attach this light source to an item. So I think I need to make an item script. Let's do it. New scene. Congrats, this is a new 2D. We're going to call it item. Items have sprites. We're going to go over here and we're going to go into our scripts, change the visibility back down to 1, and then we're going to make the flashlight something that we can pick up. We can walk over it, and if we do, our vision range increases by 2. That's the plan. If I do that, and then I attach the camera to the player, I'll consider this a successful dev stream. And then, obviously, work in progress. So anyway, items. Here they are. Let's attach a sprite script to that. For this sprite, I'm just gonna take the player, put him there. Did I write anything for the mob? I didn't. Just the fact that it's an item is all that I really used. So, guess we can just copy this code. You want to have pre-made maps or generate maps? Yeah, these are going to be generated maps. Work in progress. Their item. Item position. Item find child. Add child item. Item. Items. Should be able to drag control drop scenes and code as well. To fill the preload here? I assume so. Why do I not have... Oh, I never saved it. That's why. Sure. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Yes. I might change it to use the file's UID instead of the name. I would hope not. That would be very sloppy. But why not? All right, so let's put this next to the player. I think if we just start running. Well, that didn't work. Oh, because it's not called mob sprite on the item. It's called item sprite. Okay, so good so far. We have our flashlight. Godot uses UID in a lot of places. A lot of people complain when it's first introduced early in the year. All right. I would complain too, because you really shouldn't have a difference between this string and typing the string and dragging the string in. That's an IDE should be better. I can try renaming this. It didn't even work. So you know what? That's a problem. Unless I missed. Is it like a refactor? Yeah. Ideally, renaming this should rename this. That's scary, but whatever. Basically, instead of res, it's UID. They did that because if you move or rename the file, the string will be broken. But with UIDs, it'll be the same file. Okay, but if I drag it in, it's not a UID. It's a res. I don't know how to get a UID. I would prefer to have a UID. Let's go to the movement handler. Okay, in this case, we're going to check all items. Are we standing on an item after we move to it? So we need the list of items, and we can get that because for mob and get parent for item and get parent items. That's not a function. Why am I thinking it's a function? No, it's not a function. If target loc equals local this. Print the item. We'll handle what happens in just a second. The item. Okay, it works. Print got item. Item dot queue free. I believe makes it go away. What? Invalid access to property or key position on a base object of type previously freed. But it should be gone. Like the item, do I have to blank out the array as well? Ooh, that's good to know. That's good to know. Can you try hovering or right click on the scenes? Well, this is not the scene. Is this the scene? Use a secondary editor for code stuff in Godot, and you can open scene files as text. They have the UID at the start of the file. I don't know. Oh, it's there in the middle. Copy UID. So if I put that there, cool. But I didn't copy the quotes, so this should still work. No, that doesn't work. Oh, it's because I copied the wrong thing. Yeah, okay. That might be why. Hey. Okay, that still works. Now, obviously, this doesn't work because we have to empty the array of the item once we delete it. Item dot Where am I? Oh, right. Get parent items dot remove delete. Please hold. Godot removing thing from array. Remove at erase. Perfect. No crash? Yeah. We done it. Now we need to increase our vision radius by 2. Do we have the visibility handle here? We do. Vision radius. Is that what it's called? I don't think so. Vision range plus equals 2. Every time we pick up one of these, our vision range goes up by 2. It works. Sick. Now we just got to clean up this code. Control click should open the scene file on the string. It does appear to. Yep. That is what it do. All right. What if I rename this? Does it still work? Item. We still work. Okay. One more thing to do. Camera. That was it. We're done. I don't like... I think the camera needs to tween as well. Yeah, the camera needs to tween as well. We can do that by attaching it to the player sprite. Yeah, that was easy. All right, time to quit. One more time. Cool. I don't know what else to do. I need to write up more of a plan for what else do I need. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to add a, oh, no, I need to stop because I forgot to feed the pets. They're probably very mad right now. I will stop here, but I will be doing more tomorrow. I'm going to have a big list of more things. Just off the top of my head, we need a food clock. I'm just going to add a food clock. I'm going to clean up the code. Let me write this out. Food clock, oxygen. Clean up the code. And that is going to consist of deleting useless comments, add helper functions, prepare for adding varieties of mobs, prepare for adding varieties of items. I need to add I'm not sure. I'm definitely going to write more than just this. This is just what I'm brainstorming. Oh, map generation. Map generation. I'm adding an exit to the level. And then I should segment this one out because I did not succeed on it. Do I want to investigate how to make it so that my light radius does not reveal things through walls? I got to do that at some point. Figure out how to stop light from going through walls. I think I can just write occlusion. Yeah, that's it. That's all I can think of. I have to stop here. Tomorrow, we're getting all this done. Maybe more. I'm in trouble. And thanks everyone for being a part of this, for stopping by. Appreciate you all. Yeah, looking forward to getting more and more progress done on this. So till then, till tomorrow, y'all have a good one.